Alright, getting started. And I really, really need to figure out a way to properly automate my going online drops. Give me a second. Okie dokie. Copy paste is a godsend. Hope you've had a good weekend. Hope all is going well. Hope you've been enjoying the holiday. For those of you in the U.S. Been a bit of a mess of a weekend here, if I'm honest, but could be worse. What is your problem? All's going well? Good, good. Woo, food truck festival. All the food trucks go to select the mates and reproduce. Soon there will be a whole bunch of food stands that'll appear. Then in a few years, they'll grow up to be proper food trucks. All right, let's see. Okay, I think I'm all set. I have had to do a fair bit of workarounds to try to make this work. But I think I have it working. So, I will do a little bit of rants and rambles. We will react to Firearms Expert reacting to Doom the Dark Ages. And then we will be playing, well, trying to play Rebel Moon Rising, which may or may not work. And if it doesn't, we will switch to Bolt Gun, because I'm still in a Doom-like mood. Also, as a reminder, tomorrow we are having the thank you stream for reaching the donation goal. And then on Tuesday should be the Beam thank you stream for celebrating monetization. Yay. Let me see. So that's the plan. Things to talk about. Well, as a bit of a reminder, be very, very wary of NVIDIA. In fact, apparently even their recent updates, software-wise, have been bad. They have really screwed people over with the 5060s, apparently, which is a shame because I had been aiming for a solution to some of my problems with that this Memorial Day sale, and it seems like that's not going to happen. So I'm not sure what's going to happen with that now. Um, AMD just put out better their mid-tier cards, so that is a possibility, but there is a little bit of a problem there in the form of I'm hoping for something AI compatible so that I'm not taking up my entire main machine running AI. We'll have to see how things go. Unfortunately, Nvidia really is running as the AI people, so that becomes a little bit difficult to balance. Twitch seems screwed. A certain someone got a 24-hour ban on the day that he doesn't stream. There's 100% going to be backlash over that because it is continuing to show the absolute blatant favoritism. And I'm pretty sure Twitch as a platform is going to be in a lot of trouble over it. It is... people have been looking for an excuse to attack gaming and game streaming for a while. And I think that by continuing to provide protection, Twitch has given the excuse that they have been waiting for. So that's probably not great. Again, I am super happy about my multi-streaming, and we will see if I can re-expand out to my full size. But yeah, that's a thing. Let's see, what else do we have? Star Citizen. The Asgard is out. I have traded to it from the Starlancer. There's still a little bit of free time if you want to play without buying. The Asgard, I realized, is basically just a super cutlass. To my utter shock, when I realized, because it is a two-person crew, nominally, a pilot and a turret gunner, in Spartan living conditions, with a lot of pilot firepower and a big box of a cargo bay with rear and side cargo doors. That is that is the Cutlass, just bigger. And I actually stuck my Geo out one of the doors with the idea that maybe I can land next to the rock and mine without even getting out. But we'll have to see how that goes. I haven't actually had a chance to take it out yet. I just barely got it set up. But yeah, if it weren't for the darn respawn mechanics and wanting to have, wanting to leave the safety of the ship, and if I die, respawn in the ship, it wouldn't be as complicated. Because then I just run the, I just run that more or less stock with a single a couple small ground vehicles in to leave me most of the cargo bay. Right now, I have a Nursa shoved up to almost all the way to the back, creating a sort of impromptu extra room, which serves as my respawn point. A Geo and a Pulse are at either of the doors. Currently, there is a brain, please. Currently, there's a Drake Mule and a Fury in the back. I may end up dropping both of those and just using the Nursa as my ground vehicle when I'm not using the bike. In order to reclaim a lot of that room, we'll have to see. The Fury is a great fighter for many things. Unfortunately, not what I want to use a fighter for. I want to be able to park my ship someplace safe and then fly out and do combat missions or PvP or whatever. And then, should I get shot down, respawn back in my ship. That is my plan. And staying within main ship getting shot down range kind of is a bit of a problem with that plan, especially if I'm doing any kind of PvP thing where they will 100% go for the main ship in order to eliminate in order to eliminate me having a mothership. So, so that's just my thoughts on it. Currently, they're in Drake Defense Con mode, which, as usual, the Drake team is pouting that they're not part of the main celebration. They're in a hangar again this year. Idris is sold out. The Kraken sold out. Look, I support Star Citizen as a game. We need to tell them that some of what they're doing is not okay, and the only way to do that is to not have their sales go nuts. I'm sorry, but it's true. So, and again, I'm practicing what I preach. I have not put new money into the game in years. This is me melting ships for credit and then getting the new ones. So, so that's a thing in Star Citizen. I think I've said it. I think I've repeated the Doom and what they're actually aiming for, sell to China stuff enough. Right. I have a rant for before we start the main reaction. Looks like Fat Electrician's probably gonna do a video on the history of a John Lincoln Clem, I believe is his name. Let me double check. And I went and looked him up. And Fat Electrician, in the video that's currently out, yep, it's John Lincoln Clem. In the video that he put out talking about it, he missed a couple things or got a couple things that, at least from what I found, don't look quite correct. And I wanted to just nerd out because this is cool, a little horrific, and funny. So John Clem is a kid from the 1800s who joined the Union Army for the Civil War at the age of 9. And what it looks like is he was way too small and young to actually be able to try to pass himself off as of age to serve. And so he got rejected. And then he started following around the 22nd Michigan. And basically the officers looked at each other and said, this kid's going to get himself killed if we let him, quote unquote, join, then we will have control over where he is and make sure he's not in the line of fire when the battle starts. And so they make him the drummer boy, and in fact the officers pitch in together to just pay him as if he were the wage of a soldier, which is $13 a month. And then when he became 11, he was allowed to enlist. He was wounded when a cannonball hit his drum and exploded it into shrapnel. So this kid was properly seeing action at a very young age. And something that is really, really hilarious / weird / I can't believe this happened is that they actually took a musket and cut it down to be small enough for him to carry, though they would still send him to the back. And in one of the battles, let me double check to make sure. The Battle of Chickamauga, he hitched a ride on an artillery caisson to get back up to hit the unit, and when he reached them, they were in retreat. And so he's running forward, they're running backward. He hasn't quite figured out to turn around and run backward yet. And runs into, let me get the name right. Where is it? Colonel Calvin Walker of the 3rd Tennessee, who ran up, saw him, demanded his surrender. Clem shot him, and then finally turned around and ran away. This stopped the 3rd Tennessee's advance because their colonel had just been shot. What the heck? And what I'm seeing is that he didn't die there, but he was wounded, and he fell, so that stopped the advance. And so, at the ripe old age of 12, this kid saved his unit from being overrun, which is wild. He was later captured by the Confederates, who were who tried to confiscate his uniform because, oh my gosh, this little kid in a uniform, what's going on? Give me that. They apparently he fought them over them trying to take his uniform. And the reports that I found didn't say whether or not they successfully took his uniform from him. But one of the Confederate soldiers noted that he had multiple bullet holes in his hat, meaning that he had survived by fractions of an inch. Thank you for the lemon. Rippy, much appreciated. I'll add that in a sec. I'll add that now is what I'm going to do. He had survived by just fractions of an inch being shot. Holy smokes. And the head of the camp that he was put to, where did my lemon donation goal go? The head of the camp that he had been put on, that he was put in, was sitting here going, I can't have a 12-year-old kid in my prison camp as a prisoner. Are you kidding me? And put him on the first prisoner exchange out. And the Confederates attempted to play this as, look at the Union, they're so desperate they're putting 12-year-old kids into the fight. I would point out that he is a 12-year-old kid who stopped the Union, stopped the Confederate charge, and fist fought multiple Confederate soldiers to keep his uniform. I'm pretty sure the Confederates are the one who looked bad at the end of this. So that's a little crazy. And the end result of the war is that he rejoined and continued to serve as drummer boy slash orderly, following along with the army type role, and he was officially enlisted by the end of it. And I'm seeing that he was wounded a second time, but I cannot see how or when. But he was a volunteer infantryman. And at the end of the Civil War, if you were volunteer infantry, you were mustered out immediately. There was no ongoing military service for the vast majority of them, and there was no real rank. Like, there were actual soldiers and officers who would be assigned to volunteer infantry to serve because the volunteer units might not have them. But what would happen is you would have someone who was a lieutenant who in the volunteer infantry could be promoted all the way up to general, and then they go right back to being a lieutenant at the end of the war. So for people who weren't like that, they were a civilian who got all the way up to whatever rank they were at, and then they went back straight to being a civilian. There was no retirement as rank. Now, there was a change to that later on, but that's not how it was at the beginning. There it is. So at the end of the war, what ended up happening was he graduated from being a sergeant. I forgot to mention that. Fat Electrician said that he was promoted to corporal for shooting the colonel. He was not. He was promoted to sergeant for shooting the colonel. He's a 12-year-old sergeant. Can you imagine how horrifying that is for so many enlisted soldiers? I don't know if he was mustered out as a sergeant, but he certainly was at minimum a sergeant. And so he graduated from being a sergeant to being a high school kid because the war ended and he went and finished high school. He went back to school at the end of the war and finished high school. And then he went to apply at the military academy and got rejected. And so rather than put up a fight or throw a hissy fit, he joined the Washington, D.C. Militia. And at about this time, the president was Ulysses Unconditional Surrender S. Grant. And he would get reports on what's going on and with the local militias and stuff, because that was still important enough to keep an eye on, even though militias really didn't do a whole lot at this point. And he recognized a name, and he actually recognized this guy's name on the roll as having come in and been given the rank of lieutenant in the militia. And President now Grant sits there and goes, no, this guy's not a lieutenant in the militia. He's a lieutenant in the artillery. Well, first it's a lieutenant in the infantry. He turns him around and says, no. You have earned your place in the military. And sticks him in the infantry. He ends up being transferred to the artillery. Spends a lot of time in artillery supply. Apparently does an amazing job of it. So he gets shifted over to being a quartermaster. And not just for the artillery, but one of the quartermasters for the military. Well, I guess just for the army, because the branches weren't quite as distinct as they were now. But yeah, he's a quartermaster for the army, and gets shifted around a bit. He serves as quartermaster through the Spanish-American War, and eventually he's moved around again through the war. He eventually finds himself in Puerto Rico with specific orders of fix this. It's like he was good enough at his job that he ended up in Puerto Rico with the job of fixing and maintaining the supply lines into and out of Puerto Rico, which at the time was a pretty big deal as a supply base. After the war, just things calmed down, regular quartermaster type things for the military maintaining stuff. And by 1915, he is retiring as a brigadier general. And I need to double check something because I believe he actually got one last promotion. As I am apparently bleeding. Give me a moment. Huh. Just need to, why am I bleeding? I don't know. It doesn't appear to be severe, but I actually have, for cleaning things, some isopropyl alcohol on my desk, so I can just put some of that on a Kleenex and use it to just make sure whatever it is, clean so it doesn't get affected and become a bigger problem. So let me double check this real quick. I want to make sure I say this correctly about his final promotion, if it's correct. Nope, I appear to be incorrect. He did not receive... Oh, the Brigadier General was his final promotion. He officially was a colonel as his final active rank. However, as a veteran of the American Civil War, he was promoted to Brigadier General upon retirement, which gets him the distinction of being a general as well as a general's retirement package. That's what it was. Okay, I knew he received a final promotion as part of his Civil War service. I couldn't remember which part it was. Yeah, think about it. This kid started at 9 as stowaway and made it to Brigadier General at the end. Mad lad. And again, at the ripe old age of 12, defended his unit. Now, don't get me wrong. I find the idea of placing a kid in a war zone as horrific. And I do not encourage that. But we've got to be honest here. This kid was a certified grade A badass. And I respect it. So, and he got a victory ship named after him in World War II. Just for the icing on top, he got a victory ship named after him, USS John L. Clem, as like a okay, this is an officer who's made it type deal, as the United States Navy does. So that's really cool. Actually, while we're talking about heroes, something else that came up. Gotta talk about another soldier real quick. This one won't be as long. And I'm sure that Fat Electrician will find all kinds of stuff that I did not see on General Clem. I look forward to his video, but I just saw the video of him like talking about it casually as part of a longer podcast and wanted to look him up to see what's what. But the other thing that I've seen come up and talked about recently with someone was Fort Bragg and the fact that they renamed it to someone else named Bragg because Braxton Bragg did not deserve to have a fort named after him. I can fully agree with that. I can also understand the difficulty in trying to rename a fort that has had that name for a while. The new Bragg that they renamed the fort after absolutely deserved it. World War II veteran, Silver Star. Let me get his full name. I should just leave a tab up so that I can have this stuff up instead of having to keep reopening. Here we go. Roland L. Bragg, who, in the Second World War, stole a German ambulance and drove 20 miles under fire to deliver wounded soldiers back to safety and medical care while wounded. I think he deserves to have a fort named after him. I can live with the fort being named after this guy and keeping the Fort Bragg name. Because you could very easily sit there and go, well, great, they just picked a random soldier with the same last name to name it after. What the heck did they do? Well, it turns out that he did something that is very much fort-worthy, at least as far as I'm concerned. So, just some little rain. I have GTA for great justice immersive. I mean, how much does an ambulance cost? Pretty sure that is in fact Grand Theft Auto stealing an ambulance. But yeah, he stole German ambulance under fire while wounded, transported multiple soldiers back to safety who are also wounded, but clearly not as wounded as him. Either that or no offense to them, but not as crazy. He got a Silver Star for it. He's obviously got Purple Heart for being wounded. I think we can live with having the fort being back to Fort Bragg if we're naming it after that guy. So, just some random history things. I know it's not quite as crazy and as entertaining as when Fat Electrician does it. I highly recommend you watch more of his stuff. We will react to more of his stuff. But yeah, that's just some of my own history nerding. In the meantime, we have to watch someone else talk about other things to nerd about. Jonathan Ferguson, keeper of firearms and artillery, will be reacting to specifically the weapons of Doom: The Dark Ages. Since when we watched the first one, technically Dark Ages hadn't come out yet. He was just kind of guessing based on promotional footage. Now the game is out, overpriced, and he can react to them. So that is what we're going to do. What is your problem? Well, I'll figure out what it is later. So, a firearms expert reacts to Doom: The Dark Ages guns. EXP. I hope my audio is mixed right.
This This is Jonathan Ferguson, the keeper of firearms and artillery at the Royal Armouries Museum in the UK, which houses a collection of thousands of iconic weapons from throughout history. And I'm your host, Dave Jewett. Today it is time to rev up those chainsaw shields as we take a look at the weapons of Doom, the Dark Ages. Now this weapon. Oh boy.
Now this is already legendary. Seems to tremble with anticipation, hungry for the carnage to come. Normally these weapon descriptions are kind of either whatever, or that's silly. They've said that, and that doesn't make sense. This is just glorious metal nonsense, and I'm all for it.
As Doom is.
If you enjoy this kind of content, make sure to like the video and subscribe so you don't miss out on next week's episode. If you want even more, you can find 18 extended episodes over on our Patreon, including an extended edition of this Doom the Dark Ages episode. Plus, you'll be able to watch next week's episode 1 week early. Now, prepare to launch the Slayer as it's over to Jonathan.
There he is in his somewhat medievally looking armor.
Ish.
He's in God mode by the look of it. I've already spotted shotgun cartridges on his belt, like they had in the medieval times. And a massive gun launching. They're literally shooting him at the enemy.
That's right.
We're gonna fire him at the planet and expect him to fix it.
Dynamic entry, I think that's what you call it.
Wow. Of course,
Which
now
for
everything
Doom
has
guy
to be
works.
one-handed because of his shield getting in the way.
Yeah.
Hold up.
It's kind of funny that this is effectively the pump action.
Watch. The shells are held sideways and rotate up. But with there being no space in between the shells, I don't know if that physically works that way. I want to go back and see the full shotgun. I know we're here to react to him reacting, but I'm a nerd. I want to figure it out before he does.
Like they had in the medieval times. And a massive gun launching.
Come on. There we go. So I'm guessing that this is probably full length. So it's that the rotating mechanism I have a question with because of the spacing. But this would be a viable way to store more shells because shotgun shells are fairly long and the tube magazines don't give you a lot of room. If you've basically got an upside down P90 magazine, you are going to get a higher shell capacity. But I still have some questions about the rotating mechanism.
They're literally shooting him at the enemy.
That's right. Dynamic entry, I think that's what you call it.
Wow. Of course, now everything has to be one-handed because of his shield getting in the way.
Yeah.
Nope, I don't think I got it. I don't think I can. I mean, I can make guesses all I want. I don't know if any of them are viable. It almost has to be like a chain gun style automatic reloading without any actual recoil or gas based mechanism.
It's kind of funny that this is effectively the pump action from the old games, only it's more advanced. Oh, I like the Da Vinci style artwork. I guess I've seen that.
That doesn't describe it. I'm looking at the picture. It's on a curved rail, but the shells should separate at the back as they go. However, I can see this actually being viable, though its sheer size and bulk is going to be very difficult for the average person to use.
Before, but not this. Forged from the embers of Earth's primitive technology. Weaponry, sorry. When is this in the timeline? So it's still somehow the future.
It's the future, or at least an alternate universe.
Oh, I look forward to the wikis trying to make sense of this. Okay, so design-wise, they say that this is... So they're trying to say that this is a version of his old single-barrel shotgun that's been remade, which I guess explains why it now doesn't have a pump, is a semi-auto, feeds from a sort of transverse tube on the bottom of the gun. It's surprisingly wacky. I do like it.
Oh yeah, there's a lot to love about the weapons of the Dark Ages. I audibly giggled when I picked up more than one of them.
I don't know. Is it me? Have I been corrupted? Does this not feel a bit Warhammery?
It feels very Warhammery.
Yeah.
It's the way to my heart. I was immediately thinking, how do I get chainsaw shields on my Space Marines?
I'm enjoying the big chunky reciprocating bolt thing on the back and the fact that you can see the rounds moving up. Not clear how they're rotating. This is like an upside down P90. I've just realised. Although actually no, it looks like they're coming up and turning around as they come up the ramp.
Well, now I've upgraded it, it also fires in burst and sets enemies on fire.
Nice. So we got a double upgrade there. Yeah, wow. So how is the super shotgun going to compete with what is already a very cool shotgun? Also the flaming Morning Star flail, by the way. Let's not let that one go unacknowledged.
Probably about 45 times I played through the Dark Ages and just muttered to myself, that's so damn sick, just while playing. Today's episode is brought to you by World of Warships. Right now they've got a special event running centered on the events of Operation Dynamo, also known as the evacuation of Dunkirk, an event made possible through the efforts of over 800
I haven't played this game in
ships,
forever.
including private civilian vessels. These little ships of Dunkirk helped rescue over 338,000 Allied troops from the shores of France, and World of Warships' Operation Dynamo event takes inspiration from this real piece of history. This strategy-based card event allows players to engage in tactical missions using ship-themed cards to overcome dense fog, sea mines, and even Luftwaffe fighter planes. Completing these missions also earns you rewards, such as special Operation Dynamo containers and the Tier 6 premium British destroyer Gallant.
This was a ship game, right? Yeah, there we go.
PC, and new players signing up using the link in the description below and entering code DYNAMO1940 will also get 7 days premium account time, 1 million credits, 5,000 doubloons, the Tier 7 ship Bluskavica, and more. Jump into the action and join the World of Warships community, take command of highly detailed vessels, engage in PvP and PvE battles, and learn more about the events of Dunkirk via the Operation Dynamo event. Thanks to World of Warships for sponsoring this episode, and now let's get back to the video.
Of course, it still has extra.
I've had to...
Hold on.
To the video. Back to the video.
The barrels
Event.
almost look very blunderbuss muskety. And those are hammers with frisons. Like a flintlock. I have questions about that. Because that looks an awful lot like the back end of a flintlock. Okay, never mind.
I've had to go back again because I keep missing the first page of information.
On the super shotgun.
Yep.
Do you want me to
Black powder derived from okay. So it still opens at the back for shells.
want me to give you a dramatic reading?
Go on then.
Inspired by the Slayer's success with the modified combat shotgun, the engineers of the Night Sentinels were tasked by the makers to create a weapon of pure devastation. One that would not merely serve, but define the battlefield. Built with dual barrels to amplify its destructive potential, the Super Shotgun was constructed using the strongest materials in Argent Nerve. Capable of enduring the
Is that lever
forces
action?
it unleashed, its design incorporated a unique black powder derived from the fossilized remains of ancient beasts native to their world. The weapon's
course it did.
thunderous roar became a harbinger of doom, one so feared that demons would falter and retreat at its unmistakable sound, like a clarion of death wielded by the unyielding hand of the Slayer.
That's a lever action shotgun.
That's what the page says. Just in case you didn't get it.
That's a lever action
Thank
double
you for
barrel
that.
shotgun.
Definite family resemblance to the one we just saw on this one. And it appears to be completely different from the old Super Shotguns. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, big time. But this one's lever action.
Completely different. It's not just lever action, it's also a flintlock. It has cocks on it. Don't laugh.
Sorry.
This is serious.
Serious business.
Yeah, I like the idea that you can make black powder from demons. So if I hadn't already seen it and you told me that, I wouldn't have known that was a lever, but it does have a lever on it. So it's a lever action double barrel, which makes no sense. Never mind. It
Too bad. I want one anyways.
has two external locks.
Those are 100% like. Those are like using claws as the flints. And I'd have some questions about where that said lever action is storing the rest of the shells.
On it, or versions of locks. They're a bit weird looking, very stylized, and the things on the side are ostensibly flintlock cocks, not hammers, but cocks, as in a pecking male chicken, which is where it comes from. And they look like they are some sort of beast, and they also look like they have claws instead of flints. They have claws from some demon that are doing the igniting, which is genius. With the slight caveat that I don't know how that's happening. Like, what are they scraping? How are they making the sparks? Maybe we'll see. Maybe we won't. We probably don't care either way. Interestingly, we have, as well as various decoration, we have a sword depicted on the side. And I honestly expected them to give him some sort of legendary sword thing. Maybe they have as well. I just haven't seen it. But anyway, this is kind of referring to it being like a knight's sword almost. And we can't move on before I mention it has a mail grip. Mail, M-A-I-L, or M-A-I-L-L-E, if you prefer. Chainmail, if you must, which is very appropriate to this more medievally setting that we sort of have, or fantasy medieval, very least, and it looks very cool. I would normally say something like this is too busy looking, but I don't think I'm seeing the cocks fall, but they clearly are falling against a frizzen, so on the face of it, these are auto-cocking flintlock locks. So it's black powder made of demon bones, or ashes, and it's ignition via demon claw. I love it. I absolutely love that idea. I did see some sort of cosmetic, or what I thought was cosmetic, nod to flintlocks. I thought they were just going to gloss over it like every other game has. I'm fairly confident they're telling us that this is flint and steel, but it's not flint, it's claws. Now, how it's recharging itself, I don't know, but we do have flintlock repeaters, some of them here in this collection. There's one that fires a shot every time you pull a trigger, called the Belton. So it isn't absolute. Considering how outlandish these games are, I am not going to say that this isn't possible in this universe. Like, it's not totally contrived and hand-waved.
The functionality combined with the shield works so well as well. Spinning it Arnold Schwarzenegger style from Terminator 2
Yeah.
to reload it because you've got a shield in your other hand. Masterstroke.
Oh, sorry. What I've just realised that I'm being dense about is that the lever will be doing the cocking of the locks. So
I
it's
was
brake
wondering
open,
about that.
And admittedly, they could have had the brake do the cocking, but you wouldn't have to do it that way.
It's like, wouldn't the lever do all the
It
work?
does both at the same time. So are we seeing a latch?
Because it's break open, but it's not like break in half. Like it opens ports.
No. Yes. Got it. That's the missing piece. So the lever is doing the work of opening the breeches and cocking the locks and priming as well. Now there are magazine primers that could do that. Does this look plausible in that way? No, not really. Well, there'd have to be some concealed mechanism that is delivering the powder to the pans. That's the only bit missing from this design.
Also, where the
from the
spare
exterior.
shells are.
But I'm prepared to accept that there's something going on inside mechanically. This thing's big enough to conceal that. So lever opens up the breeches, cocks the cocks, primes the pans, closes the frisons. You pull the trigger, the cocks fall, the claw strikes sparks, the sparks flash the priming powder in the pans, the main charges go off, and then you lever action it again. I never thought I'd say this, but this is almost plausible. So we've got this drop pod thing with a weapon called the Shredder, which definitely looks like it shreds something, and I'm guessing it's not paper. Almost hint of...
I'm gonna wait for that to go. Streamloots and its timing.
Which definitely looks like it shreds something, and I'm guessing it's not paper. Almost hint of skeleton there. It reminds me of the cover of the last Ghost EP. It was all very cyber industrial, but with
Spike launcher, maybe?
bones. They're not bones, but it always has that kind of rib cagey hand
Dart launcher?
vibe to it. And yeah, it fits that Sentinel technology that we've seen in the previous games. Now the head there, that looks like a modern hunting broadhead type point. So this is a full auto crossbow kind of, I gather.
It's a bit more like a nail gun.
Okay, fair enough. But the nails are... Oh, I see. Yes, because that's not the head of an arrow or a bolt. That is the projectile. So it's like a hyper-specialized nail for nailing demons through the face. Cuts through flesh, armor, and bone alike. Interesting. Well, the trouble that games like this, I think, must always have is how do we not... Like, this weapon's incredible. Why don't we just use this the whole time? But that's the secret, isn't it? That's the creativity. Oh, wow. So
Also
it's
ammunition.
even more metal than I thought it would be. It's propelling the projectiles using a great big hammer by the look of it.
I did not... I thought the
That's the
crystal
right logo.
fired it.
Just like smacking them like a jackhammer. I don't know how they do it. I really don't.
You can fill enemies with these needles, nails, spikes, and hit them with the
Yeah.
shield, and then they all explode out like the enemy has become a grenade. It's so satisfying.
Okay.
And it has some kind of mythical energy power supply as well, to gather from the write-up. This does look fantastic. The Captain America shield as well. Captain America, if he was really, really mean.
Oh,
Yeah,
just
so what you
bigger.
see here is the weapons are in families, and there's like 2 weapons per.
Okay.
So this is the sort of rail spike family. Previously, we saw the shotgun family.
Right, so the Impaler. We're moving from graceful,
spikes, but bigger.
positively dainty, arrowhead-like projectiles to railroad spikes. That's amazing.
This is the closest thing Doom's ever had to a sniper rifle, but because of the close range nature of the Dark Ages, it still arcs quite heavily, so you have to just aim a little bit above the demon,
Well-
a little bit of a range to get the headshot. and then
I mean-
rewarded that satisfying pinning a.
Given
Pinning
how
a
it's
demon's wall.
fired,
Well, we've not long ago.
given how it's fired and how big that projectile is, it having a massive arc makes sense.
We've had full-on sniper-type weapons with scopes and normal, like the auto cannon thing, and the so we kind of gravitated toward a normal arsenal of weapons for a game, and now we've kind of radically pivoted back to no, we're going to do our own thing, and you're going to like it. I think we are. Devastating precision. Powered by a crystallized hammer. Okay, so they're calling this sort of impact driver thing that launches these projectiles a hammer, which it is. Retired in modern times due to its immense weight and the rarity of its components. I'm not sure what components those would be. Railroad spikes? Where are they getting railroad spikes from?
I'm gonna assume whatever's used to propel the railroad spikes is the rare part, because it takes a lot to move a steel projectile that large off of just a hammer hitting it hard and from behind.
Are they some kind of construction implement that
Hold.
happens?
Ooh. Magical glyph that reacts with the hammer to propel it. I may be getting ideas for D&D. That would arguably be a viable combination of magic and technology to make this nonsense work. Is if the glyph is the propellant. You could do that with so many things, where the glyph on the shell is the propellant instead of needing to have refined gunpowder or something. Holy smokes, wait, that's actually brilliant. And it's like a two-half glyph. The hammer doesn't just hit it, it actually completes it completes the glyph or activates the glyph or whatever in order to fire it. This isn't technically a hammer, it's a stamp. That's actually a brilliant solution. I gotta see if the other one had it.
It's even more metal than I thought it would be. It's
Maybe?
propelling the projectiles using a great big hammer by the look of it.
Oh, there it is! That could be more glyph. You could argue that little detailing is also more glyph. So it's not being hit by the hammer. It's being fired by the glyph.
That's the vibe I got as well.
Just like smacking them like a jackhammer. I don't know how they do it. I really don't.
You can fill enemies with these needles, nails, spikes, and hit them with the
Yeah.
shield, and then they all explode out like the enemy has become a grenade. It's so satisfying.
And it has
Maybe getting ideas the same way Batman may have been a little... the way of Britain may have been a little expansionist at times. Yeah, there is a noticeable flash. Okay, so there may be viable options to this nonsense.
railroad spikes.
Assuming you think in terms of magic, of course.
Are they some kind of construction implement that happens to resemble a railroad spike? I mean, you could just forge them. They're visibly rusty in the gun. I'm guessing it's something to do with the propulsion system. The spikes do look like they have magical runes on them.
Ah!
I think based on the drawing, and now I can't speak Maker or Sentinel or Demonic, whatever this is, but what I'm reading is that rune is like a magical rune that explodes. So that's the ignition. The hammer hits that rune, which activates the magic, which explodes and propels something forward.
Of course. How did I miss that? You're absolutely right. The sound effects are fantastic. So I'm guessing the soundtrack is some sort of indie,
Yeah, it's pretty low key.
ambient Maybe some whale music.
Yeah, there's a couple of disco tracks in there as well.
And Enya, that sort of thing.
Yeah, they collaborated with Enya on the soundtrack.
I think it's high time Enya went metal, actually.
Also, I want to shout out. So, speaking of music, the music tracks that we've used thus far throughout all the EXP episode have been made in-house by Chris.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so he's done all of our music. Our music is all original. Chris has done a fantastic job. What people should have been hearing thus far throughout this episode is a metal remix of our own theme music. Chris has made our very own metal version for the Doom episodes. So please show Chris some love for that in the comments, because he sent it to me and I was genuinely just listening to it because it went really hard.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's done a great job on it.
Oh, I see the drop.
Once you get it dialed in, though, you can land headshots pretty reliably.
And I see the
Wait, Enya went metal? Oh, this I'm gonna have to hear.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, he's done a great job on it.
Oh, I see the drop.
Once you get it dialed in, though, you can land headshots pretty reliably.
And of course, there are no sights to speak of.
The Doomslayer doesn't aim.
It's the sort of thing that if you'd set this in a realistic setting, the tabloids would just be a buzz. I think we need a demon rights organization, frankly.
They are doing a Devil May Cry where the demons are the good guys and the humans are the bad guys. Ha! Oh, this is a skull one.
Now this weapon. Oh boy.
Now this is already legendary.
Oh, excuse me. It's not just that the demons are the good guys. The demons are the oppressed. Excuse me.
This weapon. Oh boy.
Now this is already legendary. This I heard about, I think straight after the first teaser. I was wondering how the feed mechanism on this worked. So we have some slightly manky looking skulls in a semi-magazine thing under the action, I think we'll call it. And then these counter-rotating spiked wheels that grind the skulls up and somehow use them as projectiles. Right, let's pause because I need to understand this.
What a thing to say looking at this. I must understand this.
This one I've seen video of before. I still think it would be funnier if you would see his arm come up with a fresh skull and put it in instead of it being fed from a magazine. But that's just me.
It's festooned with skulls, which I'm very much a fan of. A weapon spoken about in hushed tones. Not here, it isn't.
Loud and proud about the Skull Crusher.
Born from the madness of a sentinel engineer corrupted by cultists. Well, that makes sense. No, skulls aren't always evil. We're not always the baddies. Resembling an engine of death. Yes. Which should be the name of one of the levels, if it isn't already. Crushes curse-marked demonic skulls. I was going to say they don't look entirely anatomically human. Bad, I was right about that. I wouldn't want to meet anyone who had this skull under their face. Seems to tremble with anticipation, hungry for the carnage to come. I think normally these weapon descriptions are kind of either whatever, or oh, that's silly. They've said that and that doesn't make sense. This is just glorious metal nonsense. And I'm all for it.
This basically works like a automatic shotgun for a constant stream shotgun.
Yeah.
Because it's just a wide spray of skull shards.
I like the pistons chuntering away that seem to drive the thing.
The piston is a good second. I'm just saying, I understand he has a shield. I think for the comedy of it, because Doom is far from a serious game series, it would be funnier to just see that great big gauntlet come in with a new skull and shove it in the top.
Oh, now there's like a hyper mode where they glow extra cursed and the shards have extra penetration. Now, if I'm going to try and be a bit critical,
Piston's still a good second.
Only in the sense that could you throw skull shards at an enemy as a weapon, as a projectile? No. I actually have 2 skulls, and
They are cursed. But I don't understand how it's getting the projectile speed up unless their less shotgun and more contact curse is doing the damage, and it just so happens to be very shotgun like. Like in a D&D setting, it's doing a D4 number of D4 damage. You know, so with the first D4 being how many lit, and then each one does a D4 of damage. Like something like that. Which
I refuse to elaborate on that.
What?
Well, no. I actually have 2 skulls, and I refuse to elaborate on that.
What?
But they're very light. Bone is very light. Is hollow to some extent, or porous, you know. Even skull bone that is homogeneous is relatively lightweight. And so they don't have the mass. Bullets are made of lead for a reason. Arrows have a lot of mass. Skull shards don't. So we're relying on the magic to do this. So actually it could be cursed anything. It could be cursed bananas that we're shooting at the enemy. But that wouldn't be as cool.
there is the argument that if they're making black powder from demon bones, I don't know. I tried. That's as far as that attempt is going. To be fair, given how badly Virgil, Dante have, are we really going to try to defend this concept? I understand that I am a very heavy tiefling main in 5e and like to play with warlock things, but are we really going to defend this concept? Yeah. Yeah, more dense bones is also a viable option. Like I said, there's the idea that whatever their bones are made of is more reactive, but admittedly the skull thing is very iffy in terms of viability. And yeah, I'm not defending the Devil May Cry thing.
But that wouldn't be as cool.
I'm assuming this is a super skull crusher.
Alright, we're onto a weapon called the Ravager, which appears to be the same kind of thing.
It's the same thing, but it's got like a choke on it, so the spread is much tighter.
A skull choke. Where existence is classified. Classified by and for whom? Ravager's use is kept hidden from the public. I'm assuming we're talking here about the Sentinel civilization.
Yeah, because it's made by like heretic cultists, so pretty bad PR to be using like a hell weapon. I think the implication is.
Yeah. I'm just picturing a normal sort of 2.4 children family of these weird aliens just sitting around with reading their newspapers and finding out about this new weapon that someone's leaked.
2.4 children. I don't want to see what the 0.4 looks like.
I've thought about this too much. I like all the sparks. The sparks look really cool. Bone doesn't usually spark when you crush it, by the way.
Well, this is demon bone, so maybe it does spark, or maybe it is heavier.
And there you go. Maybe. So the velocity
there we
comes
go,
from
then.
from the magic, but the ability to actually penetrate through things is maybe intrinsic to super hard, sharp demon skulls. That's what we're going with. This is what all of the evidence has led us to. I look forward to the double-blind peer-reviewed paper on this one. I'd love to write that, by the way, and submit
Someone is eventually going to try to make one in one of these various Mythbuster channels.
it to a journal. Incidentally, as I'm seeing you getting attacked by those energy balls that are connected by a middle thing, I am reminded of chain shot that was used
or
in
chain
a naval
shot
context to destroy masts and rigging on ships, and it kind of does that for you because it's wide and it's hard to avoid.
It's funny you mentioned chain shot, because we'll have something akin to that coming up. Hey, just quickly popping up to say if you're enjoying this episode, we have a long.
Oh yeah, that probably is the plasma. Yeah, duh, with the square barrel.
Over on our Patreon. Each patron goes a long way into keeping this project alive. But whether you're watching along on YouTube or come and join the Patreon, we wanted to say thank you for watching. Thank you for all of your support, and now I'll get back to the video.
Right,
Never
so
mind.
some nod to plasma rifle / BFG, I guess.
Yeah,
But
like the
it's-
plasma rifles of Eternal. Eternal had the more blocky.
We all seem to be standing corrected.
Yes.
Harkening back to the original Doom design.
I'd forgotten about energy weapons because we've gone so kind of old school with blowing chunks of metal through people's faces. I hadn't thought about the fact that, yes, we're still going to have energy weapons because we still have high technology. So the whole medieval thing is really just a vibe. More than anything else.
It is
I can live with Magitech.
a vibe.
We have absolutely no reduction in firepower. If anything, we have more. Oh, okay. Channels superheated plasma through a contact shock chamber, forming frozen hardened shell. Oh wow, so it's frozen shards of plasma. That's new. So it's not quite like the frozen shard.
It's frozen shards of plasma around the plasma. Hold on, that may actually solve the biggest viability problem with plasma. Holy crap! Did Doom just fix plasma? Because the problem with plasma is when fired, it disperses very, very quickly. If it's possible to flash freeze an outer casing of the same material that's being plasmified and fire it fast enough that the inner material doesn't like melt out and react out before it hits the target, you may actually have a viable option there. You're more firing itty bitty little plasma grenades than you are actually firing the superheated gases. Now, you're gonna see a drop in effective power because that outer shell certainly isn't going to react as much as the inner. That may be an option if you can figure out how to make it work. I'm gonna have to look into this.
Shards of plasma. That's new. So it's not quite like the previous plasma weapons. I need more tea to get me through this. In a good way. Yeah, it does feel a bit more like a combination of a projectile weapon and a plasma weapon. We don't have that ephemeral energy blast thing happening anymore so much. It's more like a bit like the skull thing, but more controlled and less scully. Feels like the mission statement for the weapons design in this game was find me other things we can shoot through demons.
That is a reasonable
That
request.
is something. That looks like the tech of the shotguns and not the alien. Sorry, I keep saying aliens. I know they're not aliens, but
Double barrel plasma gun.
extra
Sure,
damage.
why not?
It's like the plasma weapon you saw before, and they've bolted two of them together.
oh, okay. Because the aesthetic said to me, maybe like future Earth technology. The first-person view and the alternating fire reminds me of the nail gun from Quake. Yeah, it almost just looked a bit more Earth technology. You know, kind of deep blue, black kind of finish, and then those woven hoses, steel hoses. I'm amazed by the variety of guns in this.
Oh yeah, they've done an amazing job on the weapons of this game.
Uh-oh, what is this? It's green. Is it the BFG?
You
Oh, no.
mentioned chain shot earlier.
Oh, holy cow!
Doesn't function quite like naval chain shot, but is very cool nonetheless.
Oh, for pity's
Again,
sake.
a radically different aesthetic for this as well. This almost looks chiseled from some kind of substance we don't have. Terrifying artifact pulsating with a sentient malevolence that whispers from the abyss. Yes, that checks out. Okay. So it doesn't shoot chain shot. It shoots a shot on a piece of chain. Like a kind of crazy destructive frog tongue.
Where instead of scorpions get over here, It's same function, but get absolutely wrecked.
I'm gonna say stay over there.
I like that.
It's the stay over there.
Is if you miss, you can move your point of aim a little bit, and as the ball comes back, you'll hit them in the spine instead of in the face.
Oh wow, what a great idea! So it's a gun that's a melee weapon.
Yeah, this one was very satisfying.
I'm guessing this is a late game finding.
Nope.
Oh really?
Why would it be?
No,
It's
you
Doom.
get all the stuff that's dialed up to 11 quite early,
Okay.
which is fantastic.
That's the other thing it reminds me of is the old ball in a cup toy. You fling it up and catch it.
I was thinking those punch glove
Doomslayer's
joke
ball on his
things.
day off, but he's like shooting it in the air and catching it again.
Yeah. Oh, that should have been the idle animation. That's such a good idea.
Oh, rocket launcher, not much to see here. Nope, never mind, grenade launcher. Still,
Okay. This reminds me of one of the previous weapons. Only that didn't fire miniaturized sea mines, which this seems to.
Yeah, this is the grenade launcher.
I mean, let's not forget that 17th century grenades were in fact iron balls. Sometimes they were other materials, but cast iron balls with a hole for black powder and a fuse sticking out that you light. This feels a bit like a nod to the old grenado, or maybe the artillery shells of a bit later on. I love the way they bounce around. That's great. So from a weapon that looks by Doom standards fairly conventional, like it might just punt something out, it's actually a sort of physics-based thing. Oh, airburst. Nice. Boink. That's fantastic. Again, maybe a bit of a callback to Quake 1 with the bouncing grenades.
is this the rocket launcher? Okay.
There's not Doom without a rocket launcher.
Yeah. So the grenade launcher and the rocket launcher, weirdly enough, are so far the most conventional looking weapons, but the grenade launcher behaves quite differently. I'm excited to see what this does. It does have a shaped bazooka style bit for the shoulder, so there's some nod to comfort. The back end though is sealed, so our rocket exhaust is going to struggle. Yes, it's a rocket launcher with recoil. There's some flaming going on.
I mean,
in
he said the
chamber.
back end
I don't
sealed.
fully understand. Normally you need the back end open for the rocket exhaust to, exhaust.
So this would be more of like a mortar?
Yeah, kind of. Well, yeah, I'd say it's more like a mortar, but you're using it in the direct fire role, pretty much. These do have a sustaining motor in them, so it's like a rocket-assisted mortar.
Or maybe it's like the propulsion from the railroad spikes. Magical rune on the base of the rocket.
Could be. So this is the ballista.
Oh no, we've not got the BFG in this game. This is the BFC.
Oh! How did I miss that?
The Ballistic
BFC.
Force Crossbow.
I even
Sure.
read that on the screen and my addled mind failed to put it together. Yeah, why not? Why not make the BFG a giant crossbow? So it fires enchanted tree trunks, essentially. Yeah, it's pretty impressive. Does that mean that the BFG is somehow subconsciously trying to replicate ancient magical technology? It's like we had to invent our own giant green energy weapon.
Well, the lifespan of, or the history of firearms or ranged weaponry went from crossbow to firearms, in a way. So maybe this is just the early history of the BFG.
Oh, that's right. We nicked this technology from them, didn't we? The BFG technology, rather. In the original games, it was just kind of implied that this is future tech, human tech.
I was thinking while I was playing, I wonder how they're going to do the BFG, because they can't not include it. And then this thing emerged from the ground and started deleting the screen in giant swathes of green. And I was like, beautiful.
Right,
Yeah.
so that's how they do it.
I do like using the crank, the Kranikin windlass whatever vibe of the drawing it back as part of the build-up, as it were. It does weirdly work quite well, even though we did have the ballista in previous games, which is very crossbow adjacent.
Well, I believe in the Dark Ages, the BFC is a mounted weapon, and that bringing the bow back is done by a machine or a crew, but because the Slayer is the Slayer, you can do it by hand.
Yeah. So it's not the ballista of the previous games, but it is essentially a ballista. Yeah, very good. Well, very much looking forward to playing that. It's rare that something is more exciting to watch than a lot of games are to play. There we are.
Assault mode engaged.
I'm sorry, what?
Thanks again to World of Warships for sponsoring this video. Remember to check out their Operation Dynamo event, and new players should sign up using our link in the description below for some very cool rewards. Thank you all for watching. We had an absolute blast playing Doom the Dark Ages, breaking down its grim gothic weaponry, and bringing you this episode. If you enjoyed it, make sure to click the like button, leave your thoughts in the comment section down below, and of course, subscribe. As always, I want to give a huge shout out to all of the Slayers over on our EXP Patreon for helping support the channel and making this content happen.
Dragon
Links to
with
support
a,
the Royal Armies
jetpack,
will also be
just
in the
like,
description, so make sure to
Divinity
check
Dragon
those out,
Commander.
as well as all of EXP social pages. But until we see each other again in the next episode, thank you again for watching, and we will see you very soon.
Also see some thermal stress when the heating element in the cooling... for the plasma thing. I mean, maybe it depends on how separated they are. Since plasma needs to be moved by basically railgun or Gauss-type magnetic containment, you could theoretically have some separation. They're gonna need some serious insulation between them. I think what I'm probably going to do is take my break a little early. We may not end up going the full 4 hours since I'm going to be doing 2 more streams around other stuff. We'll have to see. But yeah, I am definitely going to take my break a little early, and then we'll move on to finding out if my attempts to get Rebel Moon Rising to work. So, I will see you guys shortly. I return, but you're gonna have to give me a sec while I look for a power cable. Apparently, the power cable on my face tracker is dying or dead. Something somewhere broke. And it needs to sit at a weird angle or else it doesn't have power. And the battery is like already at 50%. And I know I have a spare here, I just gotta find it quick. Nope, that is an L connector. Nope, that is a wireless HDMI transmitter. That is an audio connector. That is another audio connector. Well, a different audio connector. I've had it sitting at an angle where it should charge. So I may theoretically be able to make it through tonight. So if this takes too long, we're just going to go to the game. But I want to at least, well, I don't know if it will actually, now that I realize, because it was already down to 50%. So maybe that isn't enough. Glasses, nose pads that I no longer need. Yay. That is another L connector. Why does everything have to come in the same white bags? Hold on, hold on. Huzzah! Unfortunately, it's my last one, so maybe making use of Memorial Day sales tomorrow. Which I had already planned on making use of Memorial Day sales tomorrow, but now we'll have to do it more. All right. I hope this is the problem. If this isn't the problem, I'm in real trouble. That is a rather tight fit, so maybe I should buy another one that's longer anyways. Nope, it says it's charging again. And in that time, it did get 10%. Yeah, I only have that's my last iPhone cord anyways, so I need to buy more anyways. I will have to make sure I get longer ones though, because that it is admittedly a little tight on the positioning, so that's probably at least part of the problem. However, it appears we have a solution for now. So let us prepare for the game. I do not know if this is going to work the way I hope it does. I hope it works the way I hope it does, but I do not know it will work the way I hope it does. So if it doesn't work the way I hope it does, we're just going to have to move on to bolt gun. And that is as high as the resolution goes. And this is based on a book. I've read the book. The book is pretty good. Welcome to the Lunar Defense Forces Training Center. This will be your final test. A series of 8 laser turrets has been set up in the center. Destroy all 8 gun turrets in order to win a place in the LDF militia. Press the F1 key on your keyboard to see the list of all movement and action commands. Several flying laser drones similar to the type used by AT-4 shock troopers has also been placed to center. You do not have to destroy these to complete the mission. The droids are small and fast, so watch out for them. The glowing purple spheres are energy shield power packs. You may pick them up to restore your defense shield energy. Keep in mind that your oxygen supply is limited to 5 minutes. Find and pick up the oxygen recycler to stop your oxygen loss. Press the spacebar to begin your training mission. End of message. So, I didn't know what background, if any, this game gave, because it's been forever since the last time I played it. We are basically in the American Revolution in space. Earth is so heavily populated that food is now at a major premium. And so the decision has been made, and so a discovery was made that has actually been made in real life, where in low and zero G environments, food can be grown faster and more effectively than on Earth. And so in this setting, the moon has now been colonized for farming in order to provide food for Earth. However, the moon has no seat at the United Nations, which is now functionally a unified government minus a few. Primarily the Neue Deutsche Einheit, which is the rebuilt Germany, only much more Third Reichy than real Germany. Well, I mean, real Germany's banning the opposition parties, so anyways. So yeah, the United Nations is functionally the government at this point instead of separate nations, again, minus a few select different ones. But the new Lunar Republic, also known as the Free State Selena, does not have a seat on the United Nations and asks for voting power. The United Nations continually rejects them, and eventually they stop food shipments in order to try to force the issue. The UN's solution is to send shuttles full of troops to crack down on the colonists and force them to provide food shipments. This turns into an all-out insurrection and war, with the Free State Selena declaring independence. And there is now a war between Earth, which must ship large quantities of supplies to maintain a troop presence on the moon, and the moon, which has a lot of food, but not a lot else. However, the UN is not really in a position to flat out try to starve out the farmers, because if they do that, they'll lose all the food. So they have to engage in an actual combat situation. Now we do have mouse turning. We do not have mouse angle. Moving my mouse around just moves me forward and backwards. So this is going to be very interesting. Also, my USB CD drive is dead. So I had to improvise online in finding a solution, which is iffy at best. I don't know if this game is stable enough to keep going. So we're gonna find out if my solution works or not. And they can't bomb from orbit because, again, the UN needs food. Yep. The NLR, because this is New Lunar Republic before ponies. NLR desperately needs an edge, and being the food supply for the planet is pretty much their edge. But it speaks very much of the arrogance of the United Nations that they looked at the food supply for the planet and said, no, we're going to do a military crackdown instead of give you a single seat on the United Nations. Instead, they're going to give the NDE, the very Third Reichy Germans, a seat in the United Nations, and hold of colonies if they serve as mercenaries in this war. And they are the elite units that we'll run into. Welcome to the Lunar Defense Forces Militia. Equipment is scarce. Hold on to any weapons or ammunition you find. This LDF command is unable to equip militia units with anything beyond light armored battlesuits and the HK-7 laser pistol. Lunar Communications Facility. Terran Atfor Command has established a communications center near the Volodya crater. The center has 12 satellite communications dishes. Your orders are to destroy all 12 SATCOM dishes and then escape. Your oxygen supply will last for only 25 minutes unless you locate an oxygen recycler. End of line. Something that I think is really cool is that they're actually taking the moon and putting, where you are on the moon for this. Destroy that. There should be a drone that says, hey, what was that? Yep. I remember some of these early levels. I remember some of the later levels too. It's going to be the middle levels that are going to be a nightmare. There's actually a first Rebel Moon game that I just that is like the book itself, because it's Rebel Moon book, then Rebel Moon Rising game. No! Well, and game crashed. Why does laser pistol have recoil? Because it was made in 1997. I find it highly unlikely. I'm not going to explore that because this is, like I said, a game of iffy. Origin. I have the actual game, I just can't install it at the moment. I'm just going to save at the beginning of each mission and see if that solves it. So when I die, I can restart at the beginning of each mission. There you are. Auto-saving has apparently not been invented yet. Question why 12 in the game hand use. Yeah. That may be an issue. I'm going to quickly reinstall the game because it takes like a minute to install at most. But if this doesn't work, we're just going to move on. We're going to switch to bolt gun. There's two download options. I couldn't get one to work. This is the one I could get to quote unquote work. But I actually own the game. I have the disc. So I'm going to see if I can get my hands on a plug-in CD drive since neither of my computers have CD drives. I have a CD drive I could install, but I don't know where it is right now. Is that a lot quieter for everyone else? Alright, I will boost the sound. Though who knows if that's going to change. And I'm going to save when we complete this level this time and see if that solves anything. But again, if this doesn't work, we could just switch back to bolt gun. I knew I was being very sketchy with this one. I don't know if this is on GOG. I should check that, actually. If it's on GOG, that would fix it. I didn't even think to check if this was on GOG. That's as loud as I can make it. Up to, you know I don't like simple solutions. Or at least I'm not wired to use them. Save that ammo for now. Pick up the pulse rifle. I can only store 200 main ammo, so that's why I'm being... That's why I'm ignoring some easy ammo. Oh, I think I just telefragged someone. Oops. Terran Communications Center near Volodya was rendered inoperable by the loss of its satellite communications dishes. This was a huge blow to the Terran military, since it prevented AT4 Command from moving its headquarters from the lunar orbital station Falcon 2 to the surface of the moon. 49 Terran units were killed or destroyed. Xifax took 7 minutes to complete Mission 2. Lunar Intel reports that a shipment of raw materials used for producing plasma cannon ammunition has arrived at the AT4 base at Mare Frigoris. Find and destroy all 28 barrels containing the raw materials hidden throughout the base. Your oxygen supply will last 20 minutes. In order to complete your mission, you'll need to find a Jump Trooper jetpack. End of mission. Boy, they ready to ship you all over the moon, don't you? You fat. True. That is a significant difference between these two locations. Alright, my primary goal before I start activating any switches is to try to clear out all the available enemies. Because they will build up if I don't. Ooh, that's right. I like it was just a jetpack guy in this tiny little cubby protecting the barrels. Ooh, clever girl. Oh, also, I looked up some of the level 1 secrets for Ion Fury. They're like proper good old school secrets that you have to think and work at in order to get to. I don't know what that opened. You need to go the other... No, I take it back. That is not where I need to be. Oh, wait a minute. I think this is the particle accelerator. Let me double check. What am I doing looking at my phone? There's the booklet. It says in the upper corner, but I missed it. Back when games came with like real booklets. Oh, by the way, the system requirements for this game, according to the booklet, is a Microsoft Windows 95 operating system, an Intel Pentium processor with MMX technology, at least 16 megabytes of RAM, at least 35 megabytes available uncompressed hard disk space, a 4X CD-ROM drive or faster, a PCI video graphics card capable of 16-bit high color, a sound card. All hardware must be DirectX 3 compatible. Now, where's the weapons pages? There were like 3 sound cards, so you know. Where? Ah, here we go. That weapon. Okay, I have the Dirt Shark Moly Carbide mining power mining drill. Oh, this has notes with it. Excuse me. Yeah, I know. I laughed too the first time the brass talked about issuing these as last-ditch hand-to-hand weapons. But then I learned that the self-contained Enter Cell lasts near forever. The Moly Carbide tip goes through armor like a hot fork through tofu. And when your back is up against the wall, it beats having nothing. It is the default melee weapon. I've had this from the beginning. I was also issued the LP7 Mark V laser pistol. The standard hand weapon for us at 4 and most old Earth countries still permitted to have armies. The LP7 is lightweight, accurate, dependable as a good Swiss watch, and uses the same Type 1 power cell as the ACR rifle. The ACR rifle. The Applied Thermodynamics ACR 5A2 Automatic Combat Laser Rifle. The next step up from the LP7 pistol, the ACR offers improved hitting power while using the same power cells. Type 1 on your suit status display. On the downside, as several hundred recruits have pointed out, the term rifle implies a barrel, not a collimated light emitter. I appreciate that they acknowledge that it is not, in fact, a rifle. Give me a break. It's a two-handed, shoulder-fired weapon. We'll call it a rifle, okay? Later on, we will get our hands on the M6E Triplex Upgrade Kit. If you can find one of these and attach it to your rifle, it will roughly triple your effective firepower. And what we just got is the Particle Accelerator Beam. This little pup comes to you courtesy of the Farside High Energy Physics Lab. Basically, the Whitecoats have figured out how to build a portable charged particle beam. Single shots from the weapon are fairly mild, but when fired in sustained bursts, it's more than twice as effective as the pistol. Particle Accelerator uses the Type 2 plasma energy packets. And I don't know, the weapon that we can see in the center but haven't been able to get at yet is the Sakharov T-23 grenade launcher. The T-23 is the neutron bomb of hand weapons. It blasts the hell out of humans, but almost never destroys the architecture. The grenades, Type 4 on your suit display, are too slow to hit flying targets, but against bunched human adversaries, they have few equals. Let me see, is there anything else that we should go over quick? No, I talked about the UN forces already. Oh, there, it even says, here, get this. The new Deutsche Einheit. The NDE is the Joker in the deck. Their stormtroopers do not appear until the battle for Tycho. And unlike the UN, it seems they're here to acquire Lebensraum. Like I said, this continuity's idea of Germany is very Third Reichy. If you run across anyone in an all-black battlesuit, expect them to be heavily armed and very hard to kill. On the other hand, there are reports they have been seen shooting at AT-4 too. They gave me a book. It's in the same CD case, size, square, but it is almost impossible to actually close the book with how thick the booklet for this game is. It has history, it has documentation, it has so much on how to run the game, because in 1997 they had no idea if people's machines could even handle something like this. I mean, think about the issues I had getting a mouse to work with it, because it wasn't designed with the idea that everyone for sure had a mouse. When I played it originally, I played it keyboard and numpad. I was worried with the music that something had crashed. Given this install of the game is very iffy. This is Rebel Moon Rising. There's a book Rebel Moon, and apparently there is a game Rebel Moon, which I only just found out about. And the Rebel Moon game is a 1995 game, so 2 years later than this came out. There's a jetpack. I still haven't gotten the darn oxygen. Yeah, I thought that it was just Rebel Moon for the book and Rebel Moon Rising for the game. I am apparently wrong. And they did make a Rebel Moon for the book as well. I should actually look into if they have a there we go. And if they have a Rebel Moon Rising for the books as well. Oh, good old games has it. Sweet. I may actually find it worth it paying for this again. Oh. Oh. My hand control only has 1 through 5, and that is number 6. All right, I'm missing something here. Oh, an entry for Rebel Moon Rising? Aha! No? Okay. Ah! You're kidding me, right? UN is very paranoid. I never found the oxygen regenerator. Wait. No, yes I did. Never mind. What am I talking about? Not that it matters. The mission's now over. Well, there we go. I should have saved before I left. I didn't think it would do that. All right. Oh, I don't feel like redoing that whole mission again. That was actually getting to be long. All right, we're gonna switch to bolt gun, unfortunately. But you got a good look at it at least. And I will experiment with bringing the game back. I will see about a CD drive that will hopefully work with it. Unless it's just that my CD is so used that it's not available on GOG, right? It could also be that my CD is so scratched up that the CD drive can no longer read it. That is a legitimate threat. I appreciate you checking. I will look into our options. Ooh, Armored Core is on sale, 40% off. $35.99 instead of the $70 it released at. I'm sorry, From Software. I love you, but no. Just barely remembered to turn the volume down. I am going to turn it up because on this screen, for me, it is pretty dark. And for you guys, being able to see it, Yeah, see, when I look up at what you guys are seeing, that is really bright. But for me, I can barely see that third skull. I don't know. Do we want to just leave it at that? I can probably get away with it down here-ish, but I kind of just want to max it. In terms of me being able to see the skull. I know this is bright for you guys, so I want to know what you think of that. Up to votes. I appreciate the help. Yeah, at the default on this little portable screen, this skull is barely visible for me. And I can't see the third skull at all. Alright, Rippy's on an unfortunately long delay. I have no idea what to do as the streamer to fix delay problems. I have everything set to minimum latency. I know, but I feel bad for Rippy. I'm gonna leave it a max. Since no one else is, subtitles on, do not invert. I think this volume is good for everyone, yes? Okay, I don't have a continue. So we did not get save from when we did the free weekend way back when. We will continue to play on medium.
Nothing, once touched by the hand of chaos, remains untainted. You are under the dominion of the Ordo Malleus. to assist my investigations into a world that has already felt that fell's influence. Graia has been under the close watch of the Inquisition since the Grimskull War. The Forge world remains largely secure, but we have picked up concerning energy readings in the surrounding system. I have my suspicions, although we have not had sufficient time to pinpoint the origin of these foul energies. While most of the planet remains unaffected, it is my belief that rogue elements within the Adeptus Mechanicus may have been experimenting with a surviving fragment of Inquisitor Drogon's power source. Your mission is to assist me in locating a fragment of the power source. While I consider this threat extremely serious, your superiors have seen fit to second only a handful of you to my supervision. In the absence of a larger force, we should pray to the Emperor that this does not develop into a more dire situation. This servo skull will guide you. In Commodus here is one of the few sanctified and preserved from the purging of Drogon's heretical archives. Together, you will search sites where communication has become sporadic. Should you encounter any opposition, you may assume they have been tainted by the ruinous powers. Suffer not the heretic to live. While I continue my investigations aboard the Crown, you will be deployed to a habitation zone we lost contact with several cycles ago. You should assume the situation to be extremely hostile. Beware. We do not know how far the taint of the arch-enemy spreads.
Reminder that this is actually the sequel to Space Marine 2. Space Marine 3 is... let me try that again. This is the sequel to the first Space Marine game. Space Marine 2 is actually the third game in the series. Now entering off target. Deployment to Graia didn't go quite as planned. No matter, secure armament, bolster your faith, and continue. The heretics don't know what's coming for them. Praise the Emperor. Tactical assessment. Forward. Okay, F is charge, Q is grenade. I don't have a G button. Ah, G changes grenades. Right click is melee. I lack a... Oh! Middle button is also throw grenades. I'm only sort of paying attention to this servo skull. I used F. Good grief. Shut up, Skull. I had really hoped I'd be able to hold more ammo. I forgot how little you get. I like the little, you should have used the chain sword. You just gave me a bolter, I should use it. How did you survive a chainsword? I'm pretty sure this is going to be slow. Now entering Mountain Batteries. A trail through the mountains leads to the habitation zone. Planetary defense batteries align the route. As do heretics. Find a way into the Hab Zone. Purge any resistance. Plasma gun cultist weapons are poorly maintained. Shoot them while their shot charges to trigger an explosion. I still think it's funny that the armor in this game is called Contempt, given the Imperial Protocol about armor yourself with the, well, with contempt. Cultist champion goes down in a single chainsword swing. I do appreciate the increasing amount of these retro type games that are, you know, very retro in presentation and mechanics, but are updated for nope. For controls and convenience. Ah. I may backtrack for grenades. Just to keep it fully supplied. I say may as I immediately go back and do that. I like how so many of them keep popping out with their hands up. Oh, that's a grenade. Now, they then immediately pull their gun out, but still. The hands up is amusing. Finally, I found a secret in one of these games. There's all that ammo I missed. There we are. I'm just confused as to who we are fighting and what we're hoping to do. These are chaos cultists. They're evil. Of course, everyone in the setting's evil, so, you know, that only says so much. But they worship the Chaos Gods. From the type of Chaos Space Marines that we're facing, I would assume they are followers of Khorne, Khorn. And yes, he has his own brand of cornflakes. They are eaten with blood, not milk. That means they like war, fighting, death, and destruction. The common battle cry of followers of Khorne is blood for the blood god, skulls for the skull throne. So even though the Imperium is themselves very, very evil, generally speaking, we tend to side with the Imperium over Chaos. Because it's like, yeah, the Imperium is evil, but it is pro-human evil. There we go. Yeah, Warhammer 40k runs very much on the concept of everyone is a bad guy. It's just a matter of what kind of bad guy you wish to be. Oh yeah, they generally don't maintain anything. All their stuff's ratty and falling apart. They don't have factories. Well, the laws of reality in the realm of chaos itself generally don't apply, so it also makes it very difficult to be able to maintain anything. Most things end up infested with demons, and then the demons just kind of force it to continue working. Of course, the demons also generally take over whatever it is. So your free will is bye-bye. But, yeah. Now, there are technically good aspects to the Chaos Gods. In terms of, they do more than cause misery and destruction. The problem is that they usually do so at a cost of more death and destruction. But they are technically have some positive aspects, but they are rarely involved. And part of that's because of the fact that they are informed by emotions of the worlds around them. I mean, not of the worlds around them, of the galaxy in which they are formed. And the galaxy spends most of its time at war and death and destruction. And so they are informed by that and just are evil because it's a bit of a chicken and egg thing of, well, they are evil because people are evil and they make people evil. Game volume down a touch. Right, I turned it down some, but game is a bit much. Understandable. Like, Korn, who is all about fighting and war, is also about honor and not lying and straightforwardness and honesty of all things. Like, being true to yourself. He doesn't like deceptions. He doesn't like trickery. He likes fair fights. Unfortunately, you know, it's still a fight where the strongest person wins, so you bully people around, but there's no trickery or anything involved. Make of that what you will. I'm sure there's a way to get over there. I don't want to just jump to my death. No, I don't feel like I'll be committing suicide today. Oh, wait a minute. Did that change anything? It fired a shell, which is kind of neat. And I did turn the volume down. I don't know if that was enough or not. This is a very big floaty jump. I don't think that that's enough of a floaty jump to get me over there. So, yeah. The Imperium is very xenophobic. If you're not human, you're probably going to be killed horribly. Though recently they have been getting along with the Eldar, though it's very much a matter of having more enemies in common than actually liking each other. Basically, we have other problems. We can learn to live with each other's presence in the meantime. And this is interesting because I forgot about these guys. Yeah, plague toads. These are demons that belong to Nurgle, who is disease and pestilence and rot. But he is also, of all things, acceptance and understanding and a place in life. And that sort of comfort of continuance, I guess, and of being part of something larger. Of the Chaos Gods, Nurgle is generally the one seen as the kindest to his followers. actually being referred to by some as Papa Nurgle. Because it's like you're despairing and don't see the point, and he can give you a point to see. And that one just jumped its death. I don't think I've ever seen a suicidal plague toad before. Ammo. There was ammo back here, right? I thought I saw some. Yep. And then, like I said, being part of something larger, because it's like you are... Yes, you are food for what's rotting you, but it is the whole circle of life thing. Okay, I thought there was more up here. I'm not necessarily saying I'm agreeing, I'm just saying what he's supposed to embody that's positive, not just the negatives. I'm still not taking his side in anything. Oh. I thought that would be something different because of the whole it was already down here thing. Well, there went one grenade. I thought I had seen something. Oh, they're having a bad time. Aha! You can tell I don't remember a lot from when I played this game. Oh, I missed something. At least I'm finally finding secrets in these darn games. Now entering Sector Imperialis. The streets are quiet. Too quiet. The stench of heresy abounds. Looks like the local militarum's defenses didn't fare too well. Descend into the hab. Purify it as you go. Wounded enemies are less able to break out of chainsword attacks. Finish them. Mr. M. Record of Workforce Disruption absent. Proceed with caution. It is a refresher. In Space Marine, the first game, where you play as Captain Titus, also the main character of Space Marine 2, the setup is that it's an orc invasion and the Chaos God, well, not the Chaos God, a follower of Khorne, actually, has arranged for a secret invasion of Graia under the cover of the orc invasion. Here's the problem. He is a pink horror, which I can't remember if these guys are Tzeentch or Slaanesh demons. I'm gonna look that up real quick. They are Tzeentch. Okay. Who is the sneaky one? Which is where things get interesting. Because, Nemroth is a follower of Khorne, but he tries to use sneaky methods. Khorne does not like this. So Nemroth was basically gunning to become a demon prince, but realistically speaking, even if he succeeded in taking Graia, because he did it via sneaky means, it is highly unlikely that Khorne would have ever actually granted him demon princehood. They probably would have just thrown him back to the orcs. Tzeentch is the sneaky one. He likes plans, and plans within plans, and plays 10,000-year-long chess games. And then every once in a while, an Eldar outsmarts him, and he gets really mad. He likes sneaky things and tricks. I'm trying to remember what his positive nature is. I guess wizardry and magic, but in 40k that's generally bad anyways. Because that's how you often end up warped. Power of the mind? I'm actually struggling to remember what Tzeentch's positive embodiment is. I gotta even remember to use my grenades more. But yeah, he's the sneaky, tricky one that normally relies on warlocks and sorcery and all that fun stuff. I appreciate the bullet time while you line up the chainsword. Aha! 32 rounds of shotgun ammo feels pretty pitiful. But this game in general feels kind of low ammo. I could carry more ammo on one weapon in both the games we played than I could in... Wait a minute, are you trying to tell me where to go? Than in my combined weapons so far here. I was just up there. Too much ammo is heresy. I honestly am not sure that the Imperium would actually think that. I feel like the Imperium would be quite okay with more ammo. Okay, I am confused. Which we'll blame Tzeentch on because he likes confusing things. What is Tzeentch's positive? Bricky, I know you don't know that I exist, but what is Tzeentch's positive? You know this stuff. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, yep, I think that's where we're going. I feel like this is going to be bad. Yeah, anyways, for what the Imperium is, besides being very human-centric, it is... Basically, it is one of the variations of Law and Order. You know, when you're comparing to the, Yay! When you're comparing to stuff like, Chaos, well, of Chaos. No? Everything's regimented, everything is in its place. You mentioned about maintenance. That's what Tech Priest Engine Seers are for. A religious order of engineers who don't actually understand the mechanics of the stuff that they work with anymore. For the most part, there's a couple exceptions. Belisarius Call, for example. But they do their best. Usually. Interesting little tidbit of lore about the Imperium. They currently known as the God Emperor of Mankind did not want to be known as the God Emperor of Mankind. He wanted to starve out the Chaos Gods by eliminating religion completely, which ironically was the incorrect way to deal with the problem. You see, the problem is, because they ultimately run off of psychic energy, and Cronus Wiki is each positive is building. They like to build. Oh, that would make sense! It would make sense for Tzeentch to be the one to like to build things. Thank you. Yes, that actually makes a lot of sense. That is yeah, thank you. Yeah, because Tzeentch does build a lot of building. It makes sense that would be the end thing for Tzeentch. Anyways, the problem is that people's emotions feed into the warp regardless of if they want them to or not. And so by having people not follow any kind of religion of like order or goodness, any negative emotion, well, all emotions period, were automatically fed to the Chaos Gods. Just by default. And so even though he himself hates being seen as a deity, ironically, by being the God Emperor of Mankind and a focal point for humanity to believe in something good and trust in it, that he should have done that from the beginning. The God Emperor should have done that from the beginning. And that would have been a much more effective use of trying to starve out the Chaos Gods. But I understand why he was iffy on the application, since when it comes to the Eldar, he would not understand at the time because he wasn't cognizant of the full situation of Slaanesh forming. He knew that Slaanesh came from the emotions of the Eldar. He did not know at the time the details of how and why. Which is that the Eldar, being ancient, nigh immortal beings, basically went the Dark Elf route. And living for so long and in such decadence and power, because this was at the height of their empire's power, they became more and more obsessed with their own personal desires and pleasure, and it went to extremes. And sometimes some of that's like, oh, okay, we're gonna get really degenerate and do things like torture for the fun of it and entertainment. And it's like an Eldar at the time, an Eldar play wasn't good unless 30 people in the audience died, that kind of stuff. And that's all coalesced in their largest city, and then it exploded. Exploded in psychic energy as Slaanesh came into existence. And it was bad. Wrong weapon. And then Slaanesh is the decadence and joy in torture and all that fun stuff. But also, just in general, the pleasure in being alive. The reveling in being alive and the positive sides of desire as well as the psychotic sides of desire, and so on and so forth. Hold on, wait a minute. Oh wait, no, yeah, this is where this is the one we couldn't cross. Okay. I got turned around. Yes, we know up 2 doesn't like elves. I understand. I'm just pointing out the issues. Yeah, and I mean, you can probably take some solace in the fact that they did a really big stupid. As it turns out, Chaos Terminators are not that tough. There's also actually a bunch of Chaos Gods, not just the big 4. Just the big 4 are the ones that kind of pay attention to us the most. I know there's a Chaos God of hating Chaos Gods. That always gets people like, there's a what? Of what? Yeah, there's a Chaos God whose only purpose in existence is to mess with the other Chaos Gods. And even Tzeentch is like, I don't know what you're up to. Go away. I am scared of you. All the other Chaos Gods are scared of that one, and I cannot remember its name at the moment. But yeah, even Tzeentch is like, look, I will bribe you to go away. Please, I don't want to deal with you. And Tzeentch ain't scared of anything. Whether or not that's a testament to their power or arrogance is another story, but Tzeentch ain't scared of anything. But Tzeentch, Khorne, Slaanesh, Nurgle, all of them with that particular Chaos God are like, no, I will literally do anything to get you to go away. And sometimes that Chaos God shows up and helps. And the other Chaos Gods are like, I really don't want your help because it scares me more than you working against me. We're just gonna do grenade things. You're really the final boss of that whole thing? Oh, nope, never mind. You're the final boss of that whole thing. Oh, come on. Again with the grenades. Was there any easy ammo back here? There was! Aha! Mine. I'm trying to remember what the other cast cards were. Oh, that's a one-way. Okay, so might as well see if I can get anything from it. Alright, we're gonna deal with the upper echelons first in case there's anyone here. Nope. No? I figured there'd be people up here to rain down misery on me. No. Huh. Oh, this might be so I could jump over there to get at that stuff. Yeah, the Eldar certainly think they're the perfect... Well, they thought they were the perfect beings. They have been pretty heavily humbled. Many of them still think they're better than humans, though. A couple of them have figured out that they probably aren't. Ah! Why are there so many of you? Ah! I'm gonna have to go back for that ammo box soon. Okay. We're gonna go back to this. No. Yep, we're gonna have to run back for that ammo box in a second. Thank you. Really? That's all it gave? Oh my gosh. Huh. Oh wait, was that everyone? Huh. Well, until proven otherwise, I'm going to focus on stocking up. I am already mostly stocked up. Thank you. Alright. Is that you? How much did it give you? It only gave me 20... it only gave me 50 rounds of bolt gun ammo. So, 2 magazines. Since they're 25 round magazines. Okay, so this has 12 rounds in the magazine, 24 spare. This has 8 rounds in the magazine, 24 spare. This has 25 rounds in the magazine and 150 spare. I would appreciate it if our Space Marine had deeper pockets. Unlike a lot of settings, though, the chainsaw doesn't run on gas, so that is an infinite use weapon! Haha, hold on, there's a secret over there. How do I get to that? Am I supposed to make the long jump? There is no way I can make this, but I'm going to try it anyways. I got way closer than I thought I would. Hmm. That's a nope. How do you suppose you're supposed to get up there? Wait a minute. Ooh. Nope. I think maybe I'm just supposed to jump the whole way and not bounce off the steeple. I am. Aha! Oh, this is a temporary secret. Darn it, this would have been so much easier for the fight. Aha! Right, those secrets would have been a lot more helpful if I had realized I should have used them for the fight. Darn it. Oh, that's a bit of a waste. It gives you a temporary magazine of 60 rounds, and then you're back down to your regular ammo. Your order is out for delivery? At this time of night? Admittedly, that's a neat mechanic that you can find a magazine of special ammo. I wish you had a little more control over how and what it's used with, though. And be like, nope, I'm going to put the special ammo in my pocket and use it later. What do you mean you're out for delivery? How are you out for delivery? You have any idea what time it is? Order is out for delivery. Please be ready to receive it. Good grief, what the heck? Okay. It is 11:30 p.m. my time. I forgot to read what the intro said. Also, I forget how this game treats the plasma gun, so I'm just going to look it up real quick. If it's like the heavy-hitting anti-armor weapon that it should be, or if it's something else. Purpose of the plasma gun shotgun. You have to cut through the mausoleum. Care of the sacred bones. Don't awaken spirits. Thank you. Plasma will one-shot a lot of the demons. Shotgun is obviously for anti-armor. Secrets might be hidden behind normal-looking walls. Thank you. Okay, so the plasma gun is what it should be, the heavy hitter. Got it. Good. I like it when my plasma gun is a heavy hitting weapon. At least when it's this kind of plasma gun where it fires a big blast of superheated plasma. Okay, I did not get to keep my secrets from before. I didn't even get to keep all my health and armor from before. What the heck? I did at least get to keep my ammo from before. That wouldn't be one of those walls, would it? I'll activate it when I'm good and ready to activate it. We are, however, probably going to have to stop fairly soon. Hey, you said to start the activation ritual here. I already forgot there was an area up here. Okay, now that's a Nurgling. So are we having... We have Tzeentch and Nurgle things here. More Nurgle than Tzeentch so far. So is this like a Nurgle invasion and Tzeentch is just messing with stuff again? I ask as the person most likely to know the answer. And I don't. Optimus not going to tennis. Yeah. No, that was a full shotgun reload, so I'm gonna save it when I come back. Though I do think that they sometimes place the full gun units around as well, so that it's like, if you somehow manage to not pick it up, you're not just screwed. You know, you could pick up another one later if you manage to miss picking it up the first time. Wouldn't be the first game to do that, so I just assume that's what they're doing as well. Oh wait, am I out of... Yep, I'm out of bolter ammo. That is not good. We'll rely on the shotguns since they are mostly soft targets. And we know we have a full shotgun reload later. Or we could just get more bolter ammo. Admittedly, since they're mostly soft targets, a shotgun is a decent clearing weapon anyways, to use it more. Alright, this is probably the last we're going to be down here then, so I'm going to grab what I can. Now, they said the plasma gun is your heavy anti-armor, so I'm going to continue to reserve it for that. Because it does not have a lot of ammo. And it will burn through it quickly when it's time. Alright, what was the way back to the other stuff? Alright, is that everything? I'm 25 short on the bolter, but I think that's everything. Hold still while I blast you. I'm getting dangerously low on shotgun shells. I'm doing slightly better on shotgun shells. Okay, that's where I'm going. There we go. We are full on shotgun shells. Oh, the lesser implies existence of greater plague toads. Oh, yes. Is there no more health and armor to steal from around here? I mean... strategically transfer to an alternate location. Strategically transport equipment to an alternate location. Health and armor in particular would be really, really appreciated. Since the game started me on this level with half when I left the last level in full. Ah! Yes, please. Thank you. Where'd the purple go? That actually didn't do me a great deal of good, but it helped. Thank you. Thank you. Oh my gosh. This game does something I'm not the greatest fan of. It locks your set ammo in storage based on whether or not your gun is full. Instead of just having a pull of ammo, it's like you can only have 150 rounds of ammo in your pocket, regardless of if you have a full 25 round magazine in the gun or if your gun is empty. And I'm not the biggest fan of that when games do that. I understand the logistics of why they do that, but that doesn't make me like the setup anymore. You know, it's a game. Acceptable breaks from realism. Don't make, if I pick up ammo, dependent on whether or not my gun is fully loaded. Oh, there's a full-size plague toad there for you to be scared of. I am rapidly running out of ammo, and I don't have anything resembling a health pack. Because this game doesn't do that. I mean, not ammo, health. There's the big guy. Oh, wait. Health is over here. Yes! Oh, wait. No, that's the lesser. Where's the big one? Here's the big one. And that is what the plasma gun is for. Until we get something better, it is our BFG. I probably could have switched to the shotgun a little sooner though. I did not know how quickly the plasma gun would melt the big plague toad. So I was very conservative with the shotgun as a backup. Also, in the case of the plasma gun, it literally melted the... Oh, there's another one! Okay. Purging is not complete. There are still things living here. All the guns in this game are met. Yep, and they are undersized for the threats they are expected to face. Thank you. Yeah, like bolters on their own vary in caliber between 75 and 100. Key. Alright, I'm gonna want to supply up before we move on. No, actually we're at stop point for all intents and purposes. And the shotgun likewise fires absolutely monolithic shells, and the plasma gun could strongly be argued as belonging on a vehicle, since it is also an anti-vehicle thing. So with that, I think we're about as well equipped as we're gonna get. But like I said, it is bedtime because I don't want to wait up and find out when something I've been waiting for 3 weeks is gonna come in. I'm just gonna live with it. Wait, is this the end of this particular map? No, it is not. So I'm gonna save and call it here. Okay, yeah. Now it's that. Now the kill count has gone down again. So I didn't know if it was saying, "Oh, we're at the end and that's it for this map." But well, I'm gonna go for just a little bit longer. I don't have work tomorrow. I'm gonna find out if we're close. I like that you could still hear the little hollow plastic shotgun shell type bounce. Yeah, this is very Nurgle stuff that's going on here, so... It certainly feels like Nurgle is our bad guy for the evening. Okay, we're back to 100%. Oh, this is a whole thing. I'm sorry, are my shotgun shells bouncing? I hit the wrong thing. Oh, there's another plague toad. Oh, you... Okay, the shotgun is actually really effective against you. Oh, there is a lot of you. There's a lot of you. Nope, actually no, we are gonna shoot you with plasma guns. I am dying. I gotta stop hitting that button. Oh, there's you. The purge status is not complete. There are still people shooting at me. Purge presumes all gone. If people are shooting at me, they are not all gone. Okay, full ammo, probably as full armor as I'm gonna get, full health. Okay, now I think we're at the end of the level. We are, okay. So that didn't take us very long to get through that. I forgot to look for hidden walls halfway through that. Now entering Martyr's Crossing. The bridge connects the Had to the Magistrate's Bastion. It's been heavily fortified against demonic invasion, but is no longer under Imperial control. Push forward and clear it. The Grav Cannon uses an enemy's mass against them. Use it on tougher targets for greater effect. Well, that is it for tonight now for real. I thank you all for watching. I hope you've enjoyed and had a good one. I will see you tomorrow for the everyone thank you donation donation thank you stream. And then like I said, I plan to have the Beam exclusive on this upcoming Tuesday as well. I will catch you all then. I hope you all have a good one. Be safe, and I will see you in the next stream.